Okay. Everything should now be up. Yes. Here we are. Welcome. Today, as you can see, we are in Reaper and we're going to be doing a mix. You can see I have all of the tracks loaded, but it's still a little bit of a mess, the project. So we are going to start with some organization that we have to do. What I actually want to do is I should actually be opening up open project. Give me a second here. Template. There we are. This is my setup template with everything in there. So that means that I can go into my file of the stems. Mixing stems. There we are. Well, now I have to... Sorry guys, it's a little bit of a mess. I'm not used to streaming with Reaper. I do like to do it. I did do it a few times halfway through last year. But now I should be able to import everything here on separate tracks. It's been a while since I've worked in Reaper, to be honest. Okay, I can set this correctly. I can set the tempo, which is 48 of this project, which shouldn't pitch things around, hopefully. Yes, that's all in there. Okay. I think this should also be all normalized, right? Yeah. Okay, so it's going to be a little bit of like a trial stream, because I'm not wearing headphones like I'm usually doing when I'm streaming. Obviously, what I like to do when I'm mixing is to mix on my speakers. But that means that there might be some microphone bleeding, some stuff like that. Hello everybody, by the way. Greedo, MindB, Malogify, Hardwick, and Stream Elements bot. How are you guys? Welcome to the stream. So it's going to be a little bit of a trial stream again. I don't know if the quality of the audio of this stream is going to be up to par, because there's going to be microphone bleeding from the speakers into the microphone. I've turned off the normal sidechain that's on the desktop audio that ducks the audio to my voice. So hopefully that's going to be good. But I just want you guys to let me know if there's anything that is like out of the ordinary, that sounds strange, then I can try to fix it. But yeah, I'm just going to start my mixing session and just play around with it. The way that I'm going to start is by muting everything, and then we will organize everything, which is a little bit annoying to have to do, but that is something that you have to do to start out a good mix. I want a new track here. This is going to be the progressive bass that is in here. Let's see. This is part of the progressive bass, so this is going to go in here. Going to go in here. I have a new track. I need to get used to all of the different ways that in which Reaper works, because as I said, I haven't opened up Reaper in a long time. Ever since I mixed all of the things that I mixed for the album, which now is a few months ago, I haven't opened it up again, because obviously I haven't had the need to. Dry. This is going to go in here. monitors do you use? I actually don't have monitors, believe it or not. I still am rocking the Logitech speakers that I bought over 15 years ago, or that my parents bought for me over 15 years ago. I just believe that obviously it's not an ideal situation, and if I were able to just put my monitors in here, then I would, but with the space that I have at my current setup, I just don't have the space to do that. Otherwise I would have already bought new monitors and just play with that. But I've been getting used to that over the last 15 years, the exact speakers that I have. So that's what I've been working with. And I just know them like inside out. I think it's much more important that you know your system and the limitations of your system than that your system is actually good. And obviously you guys can hear the quality of my mixes by the mixes that I've been doing and that I've been putting out, right? All of the stuff on the album, apart from 3 of the tracks. I think I've talked about it before, how I had somebody work on the other tracks for the album. It's Breaking the Habit, My Inner Jungle, and The Mental Order. Those 3 have been mixed and mastered, not by me, and all of the other things have been mixed and mastered by me. Do they have good low end? Well, the speakers they don't, but I have a subwoofer that is in here, which is not positioned in an ideal way. But again, it's something that I've been getting used to, and yeah, when I eventually get to a point where I can just get monitors, I want to also put them in, you know, the middle of the room, because I'm in the corner, which is terrible. It's the worst way to do it. I have like a corner desk, so that's in the corner of the room. So technically everything is going against me when it comes to mixing, but you have to just work with what you have, and it's much more important to learn your system and to learn how your system sounds than actually trying to invest in a new system and trying to upgrade it without paying attention to it. What I like to do, and what I've also done today, and what I basically do every day, is to listen to about half an hour of music on my system before I do anything. Right, so I wake up in the morning before I start my music production stuff or whatever I'm doing. I just listen to music that I like, and in that way, I am training my ears to adapt to the limitations that my system has, which I think is a much better way to handle this stuff than just to say, well, it's not good, it's not sounding good, I cannot do my mixes, or trying to do mixes and not knowing what you're doing and just getting better stuff without knowing what you're doing. So that's kind of been my mixing philosophy. Which again, if you're looking for something professional, is not really a good way to do it. Let me check what this is. Okay, so this would be like an effect, I would say. BP plugs down samples. This is a one shot. We have 2 impacts. We have break kick. This is probably a kick fill. That's going to go up there. That's part of the kick. We have break vocals. These 2 go together. I want to eventually get into mixing for other people, but at that point I do believe that you would need a professional system, right? I cannot justify charging people money when my system is like this. At least I don't think I can, unless people really say, well, I like your mixes, so I really want you to do them. but I wouldn't advertise my mixing abilities. If you say, I would like you to do my mix and I'm offering you this amount or whatever, then we can make a deal. But I'm not going to advertise the fact that I'm doing mixes until I'm actually in the position where I have a professional setup. Break vocal riser. These two are together, I think. No. This is an effect. This is a vocal. I'm just kind of trying to group things together. Break synth 1. This is synth. We have. I should just go down here and take all of the synths and whatnot, right? So that I can move things all together, like so. I think that's a better idea. Break orchestral riser. So this is an effect. Here I'm doing it again. Uplifter, vocal effect, snare, impact, riser. Oh, this one. And this are all effects. Oh, we still have a lot of things to do. Will you then mix 100 tracks, whatever the guy has? Yes. Yeah. At that point, it just depends on the budget. Like, not for 20 bucks I wouldn't do it, because it does take time to mix everything. I don't even know, I haven't thought about it, so I don't know if I were to do that, if I would charge like an hourly rate, or if I were to just look at the amount of tracks that come in there and then just say, okay, this is how much I charge for a mix of X amount of tracks. I could also maybe do like stem mixing, which is where you already mix down the very big or the very small things, right? So you would then give me like a bunch of stems, say like usually it's like 10 or something like that, that people already mix down to, and then I do. It's kind of like a mixture between mixing and mastering, where it's not so much mastering in the sense that you're working on one track, and it's not so much mixing in the sense that you're working on all different things. But you have still a little bit of liberty to make changes to different elements and stuff like that. So here we want hype synth. These two are together. I would also need to take into account that I, in this case, am much faster working on this project, because this is a project that I've been producing myself. This is a collaborative project between me and MindB. For those who don't know, I think it's already out, because it kind of leaked already a few times with when I was rendering the challenge. It opened up the stems of our project while I was rendering one of the challenges. So I think it's already like public information that we have been actually working on a track together. This is a chime, this is an impact. I think I also want this as an effect, maybe. These are intro vocals which go together. Intro. This is not in the group. Drop spoken vocals not in the group. The laser, which is spelled wrong. When it comes to my organization, I have a little bit of OCD, I'm gonna be honest. What do we have? We have fill, we have main crash. I'm just looking up all of the things that can be classified as a drum. I don't think that's a drum. Verbi click. Sometimes I think of having another pair of ears tweaking my mixes to get that other perspective. That's definitely a good idea. And I think that's the reason why I did it as well with the album. Have one guy mix 3 of the tracks for me professionally in a good studio, in a good environment. So I could use that as the usual cut. Yes. Yes. I still haven't figured out what it actually is, what is actually happening there. Yeah, Greedo has a good point about headphones. For people who are mixing on headphones, you need to take into account the fact that you're not hearing the crossover. And that can only happen in a non-stereo environment. There is even like apps for that kind of simulate that, but that's not good either, because it's obviously not the real world. So this is going to be the main, and then we want reverse and main in here. This is a separate element because it doesn't actually play with the main ARP. So these go in here, right? We should have the main bass here. This is the main rolling bass of the track. I think I'm missing the break bass still, because that's the last thing we added to the project. That's something that we were discussing still this morning. So it's not in here yet, but I'm not going to finish the mix today, I think. So that's something I'll do in a next mixing session. This is a vocal. Is that correct? No, this is delay. Okay, so we need a track for that. Do you do group processing? Well, honestly, I usually finalize with that. So what I'll do is I'll run you through the process today. But I'll start by just adding different things to the track. We'll start with our kick, then we'll mix in the bass lines, then we'll mix in the main leads, or no, then we'll mix in the other drums, then we'll mix in the main leads, and then I start adding more and more and more stuff to it. And eventually I get to a point where I'm going from adding things into finalizing things, and that's the point where I start to look into groups and collections of sounds, basically. But that can be any group here. I necessarily don't really do stuff on like all vocals or something like that. Main drop. Vocal, this is another vocal. This goes here, I think. Main ARP is probably going to be a main element, so I'm going to place that here. We'll have to organize what our main elements are actually going to be still. Mellow delay. I think this could classify as an effect or maybe like an atmosphere, because it's very atmospheric in nature, so we'll classify it as an atmosphere for now. We have a noise riser, so one more effect sound. And then we have all of these one-shots, which I think these two work together in a way. And then the rest are all like individual elements, but they're still called one-shot. So I'll do one shot synths. And then all of this is going to go into here. Bam. So we're organized. What I did forget to do. Yes. Okay, so I did forget to do some things. Volume. I want this, and I want to set you to -8. I think I can just rename this, right? I do remember having this named somehow. Find, delete, rename. Yes, there we are. -8 dB. Okay. I can copy effects, and then I can just paste them on all of the individual audio tracks. Paste. What is the keyboard shortcut for that? Control Shift V. Isn't there a way to paste effects on each track that I'm selecting? I do believe there is, so... Or is it the copy effects chain? Ah, yes. I think it's like this. I select all of them, I believe. So up until here, for example, these are all tracks that hold sound. I only do this to the tracks that hold the sound. Add effect change -8 dB. So no, that's not it. I guess I just have to go in here and paste each one, which is a bit annoying. Paste. I just like to have -8 dB input gain to all of my tracks. That just helps with the headroom. Snare build is a folder. We leave that. Paste. Then we have the snare. Maybe if there is a few tech-savvy people that know how Reaper XD works, that knows all of the shortcuts. Maybe my shortcuts were reset, but as I said, it's been a few months since I've used Reaper. You can't select 10 tracks with -8 and paste 10 by 10. I only think I can select one chain in here. I don't think I can select multiple effect chains, because I have to go in here and then copy either the effects chain. Wait, give me a second. Actions, show actions list, copy. Copy effects chains of selected track. Control Shift C. If I go Control Shift C and then I go here, Control Shift V. Ah, that's it. Control Shift V is the right way to do it. Oh, just this one. This one. Control Shift V. Gonna have to double check that only the tracks that have stuff on them actually have the effects button turned on, right? So that's what I use to set my input gain. Because there's no way, at least I've checked, to have your waveforms be full scale and then to turn the waveform down, because you can go in here and go like item properties, and I could just go in here and set all of them down by like an amount, right, in here. But then it's also going to turn down the file waveform that it shows, which is not what I want. But we are almost done. We're almost getting into the mixing phase of this mix. But I guess it's also interesting to show you guys all of the setup, because it is important to have a good setup for your mixing sessions. Type synth. Oh, this is still synth. This still needs to go in. Yes. This still needs to go into the effects. And this is going to be probably a main synth. This probably isn't. So I might move this like below here. I don't know. We'll organize as we go. It's also feeling like I have a little bit of lack of space here. This is already better. Yeah. Okay, the final thing that I want to do is color everything the right color, which track color I can just do here. And then here. Track color. This one. Okay, I think we're all ready to start the actual process. So, if I play this now, we should not hear anything. Which is correct, because everything is muted. And that's the way that I like to start my mixes. Everybody has their own way of starting the mix. Some people like to have everything play and then start balancing already. I like to mix starting with everything muted and then turning things on one by one. So the way that I'm going to start is just with the kick. I hope that the volume isn't too bad. I hope that it's still sounding somewhat decent. What I could maybe do is turn on this sidechain here at the end of my track. The volume is okay, but how is the microphone bleeding? Because I'm going to be turning it up more and more. I think that's good, right? But then you cannot hear me speak if something is playing. So now it cuts me off. So there's a sidechain on here, which is going to cut me off whenever the audio is playing. But that's just going to teach me not to speak when I'm like showing things or something like that. So we're going to start with bass and kick. Okay. Zooming in, you can see that I think, yes, Alt. My kick and bass, I subdivide my kick or my bass line up into two groups. The parts that's on the kick and the parts that's not on the kick. This does not have a sub, this does. So that means that I can set volume here. For example, I could go -7. Can I loop this? Maybe -9 is a good idea. And what I want to do is a little bit of, let's open up SizeScope, see how our kick and bass is looking. We're getting some clicks here. That's a bit of a mess. Where is that coming from? Is the mess coming from pre-ringing or post-ringing? The question. If this now disappears completely, we know that it's post-ringing mess. If it doesn't, we know that there's some pre-ringing in here. Okay, so it does look like we have some pre-ringing, which is not ideal. So we first want to fix that. Here we have the same thing, so we can move that out of the way. That also seems a bit messy. So now we should have a little bit of a cleaner base already. Yes, that looks like it. It's not 100% ideal in the sense that there's a little bit of a mess here, but I do think that this transient and this transient looks very much alike. Hello Sai, how are you doing? So this is decent enough, I think. I can start the kick again, and we can have a listen and a look at the kick-bass relationship. Okay, so here we're already we already have issues in the sense that this isn't a zero crossing here, which I think I talked about already a few times. I like to have a zero crossing right here on the grid where the transient of the bassline lives, so that helps with mastering, because then you're not pushing it into a limiter that much. So I'm just going to use an EQ in a way that you normally wouldn't, right? Because normally something like this on your kick is going to introduce post ringing, which we don't like. But in this case, it's going to help us. I have it turned on. I'll open up the size scope here. Oh wow, actually it allows you to make the window smaller like that. I didn't know that. Can it not make just plug-in windows smaller? Okay. The projector switch DAW. Yes, this is only for mixing. So this is Reaper. Reaper is useful for mixing because it allows you to load up a whole bunch of WAV files like this, and it just treats them a lot better than Ableton. So that's why I use Reaper for mixing. It was a little bit of a solution from the old PC. On the new PC, it just opens up fine in Ableton as well. But what this also does for me is it allows me to really be in a mixing mindset, because I have everything in audio and everything is a stem, so I cannot easily go back and say, oh, I'm going to just quickly change the kick and bass or quickly do something else. Did you use this before? I've been doing this since a year now, so I've been using this quite a lot actually. But yeah, this is something that it's in my usual workflow. It sounds like a limitation and something that makes you a lot slower, and in theory it does, but I've found that it also just gives better results overall. I want a little bit more oomph out of the sub of the kick, actually. A little bit more transient is nice. In essence, what we just did with this EQ curve is compress the whole thing. You can see how we're kind of squashing it a little bit more. I cannot actually show the whole waveform here for some reason, but I'll switch them on and off so you can see the difference. You can see how it kind of squashes the whole waveform a little bit more closer. That's kind of what I wanted from this. So it gives it a compressed feeling, but that's just because of how do I explain this? Because we are dealing with a pitch envelope here, we can essentially set volumes of different parts in time depending on where in the pitch we are. The later you want a volume boost, the lower that you boost on the EQ. So that's kind of how you need to think about this relationship between the volume of the kick and where you're boosting and cutting and stuff. In this case, I'm just using it to squash up the kick a little bit, make it sound a little bit beefier and a little bit stronger without getting a lot more headroom. What I do want to do is check for post-stringing, which again, LFO tool. I've talked about LFO tool before. LFO tool is an amazing tool for mixing. Just go like this and then like that. And we can set a shape like this. That's going to get rid of any post-stringing that sits in here. Okay, nice. Okay, so now it's time to look at the spectrum of the bass line, which I'm going to use another EQ for. I think the low end is pretty good, but we're missing a lot of click from it. Maybe a bit more here as well. Yeah, let's do it like this. Let's move this here, and then let's move these two around. And then I can go like that. Now it's taking care of any ringing that might occur because of this shape, right? Just a little change in tone. I do like that. I'm gonna go back to all of these EQs once we start adding all of the elements. Right now I'm just doing like a preliminary kind of on feel stuff. Not so much the final result, right? Because there's still things that can change from this. What I'm going to do now is create my drum loops. So we have our kick stuff here. Let's turn that just on. Let's see. Controls for zoom. Okay, we have a little bit of a click in here. Yes. For some reason there's a click. What is the shortcut again? I think... Oh, I first want to save this project, by the way, because otherwise I'm going to save over the template. This is projector and B mix 1. Okay. I also use Telephoto a lot. Just today I tweaked my base note length with it. It helps a lot with K and B separation. Yes, it's perfect for that. The way that I've been showing it off here too, yeah. It's the same way. I think it's split, right? This is kind of the problem with Reaper, is there's just so much stuff. Dynamic split. I just want a normal split. Hello Andre, how are you doing? I'm sorry, I just need to quickly Google this. Split audio file in Reaper. Shortcuts. Shift S. Shift F. Did that do it? No. Okay, so this is a lie. No time selection active. Or do I just need to... Ah, there's another one here. I just want to make like a slice in here. Working on media items. Split items, add edit or play at cursor. Time select. Ah, okay. So just S will split things. Yeah. Okay, this one can be away, and this one. There was a click here and a click there. That should now be gone. Yes, perfect. Okay. We should have another kick part here. Let's get rid of the high end. This doesn't need high end, and that high end is going to clash with the transient. Oh. Okay. I actually want to turn on the other baseline as well for obvious reasons. So this is going to be a little bit harder because this is not like a nice pattern like a rolling baseline. This is the kind of vibe that we're going for. What I can do here is LFO tool it, I think. There's a little bit of post-stringing at the start. We don't need any of the information right at the start, so I can just delete this, even if that's going to cut into the actual baseline. What is this DAW? This is Reaper. Okay, here we can do the same thing. We should be able to just cut away the very start here, if there is anything. There's nothing there, so we actually don't need this. Alt click for LFO tool to be removed. What I want to do is check here too. So what we want to do here is we just want to keep all of the offbeat part. We essentially just don't need this onbeat segment, right? Yes. Okay. So now this baseline is also cleaned up. We can play a little bit with the equalization if we want to. Here also, I feel like we could get a little bit more power out of the transients, which is going to be mainly on that one. So let's just already push it onto here. Okay, yeah, so we're missing basically any transient here at the start. Reaper will reap you a new one. Yes, it will. Oh, I did something stupid there. I want to remove that. I want to... How can we get a transient in there that's not strictly... that doesn't break anything? Well, I guess I could just do... transient designer. That's the best way. Transient MP. Edit. I want 2 bands. There's not going to be like any post ringing at this high frequency that we need to worry about. Let's see what happens if I just push it. That sounds a lot better. This is still going to go behind LFO tool. Equalizer, then we can EQ it the way we want it to. Okay, I'm going to go on the whole thing and EQ out at around 600 a little bit. To give you an idea of what that sounds like. It's kind of your nasally frequency of the bassline. How long have you been practicing English? I don't practice English, I just speak it. I grew up in the Netherlands, so there's like a big obsession with foreign languages in the Netherlands. There's a little bit of a stereotype of the Netherlands in that we speak every single language. So, but that stereotype is based in truth, right? And also, over the last 10 years, ever since I moved to Italy, I've been watching exclusively English content. When it comes to things like YouTube and Twitch streams and stuff like that. I don't like watching stuff in Dutch, apart from a few like news things. Mainly for anyone interested, I like to watch Arjan Lubach. And that's it. No, that's not it. The Nieuwsuur. There's like a few news organizations that I like to watch in Dutch, but the rest is all English. And also, for the YouTube stuff that I do, I speak English a majority of the time. Like a majority of the day, I speak English. I started learning English myself at 10. Yeah, I think I would have been earlier. I think I got English from like when I was 5 in school. But that's, when you're in school, you're not really learning, because you don't speak it. You just have to do like your exercises and then that's it. But when it comes to Dutch school, nowadays they just start, whenever you go to school at like 3 or 4 years old, they just start with English. Didn't know Kobe Bryant was raised in Italy, he spoke Italian very good. Does he? To be honest, I don't follow basketball. Here I want a little bit of a dip. I think I'm gonna go for something like this. Adds a bit of movement. There seems to be a click here. Let's open this up. Yeah, there's a click. Is that going to be everywhere then? Now I feel like I have to look for clicks everywhere. I think that's okay. Okay, what I want to check is the difference in sub that we have, if we need to take care of that. I guess this stab is a little bit louder in sub, but that's also because it's sustained. I think that works for me. So is this a sub-bass channel and a bass channel separated? No. What we have is, we have two sliding bass lines. This one is long, this one is short. The reason why this is on a different channel, I don't know, but the difference is that this one is a beat long and this one stops because of this bass note here. And I think that's why I did it, so that I could separate those and use different LFO tool here, because you need a different LFO tool to make space for this transient of this bass line. And then these two bass lines, we have the part that's on beat and the part that's off beat. So what that means is that this has sub bass and this one doesn't. So if you listen to this here, you can hear that there's no sub bass in here, which helps with the mixing it in with the kick, as long as you do it within the synth itself, not by filtering out the sub bass. That's bad. You do it in Serum in the harmonic editor. Speaking of harmonic editor, we can start adding drums now, because we have our bass line in here. Okay, so the drums that I want to add is snare. We have an open hat. We have a rhythm hat. I just want to collect everything a little bit. We have our closed hat. We have a ride somewhere. You are the ride. And the ride should probably go below the snare. Not like that. Below the snare. Okay, so this becomes our drum group. Some best Sherm, I don't understand, it's an amazing VST. Yeah, to me it's also, I think, the best synth out there, still. Because it's true that you can do more with Vital and Faceplant and Pigments and whatever, but Serum has the right combination for me of speed and options. Okay, we have open hat, closed hat. these two kind of work together. I'll put the snare up top because that's the most important, and then the right down below. Okay, snare. The way that I want to do this is probably have my drum group like -3 dB. Let's zoom in a little bit. Okay, so this is the kind of snare that I'm personally not a fan of. The way I like my snares is a little bit more dynamic. So I'm going to compress them. Probably want to do that with something that has an exponential attack. What do I know of that has an exponential attack? Which plugin that I have? I go into dynamics. Obviously not going to find an EQ in the dynamics. Probably the SSL, right? Nice. It's always been Serum versus Mastiff, why not both? Because you pay double. You have to buy them both for you to use them both. Okay, this one. Another ambulance coming by. A lot of people dying in this part of the world. This can be a bit quieter. Okay, what I'm going to do is add a new track here and call this hats. That way I can process all of my hats together and can get some more compression out of that as well. I'll put the rhythmic hat in here as well. That's a good idea. In fact, let's add that as well. That mouse said using an SSL G-series compressor on a dance music kick makes no fucking sense. I'm using it on a snare. It's a snare. It's not a kick. No, but he is talking about the physical hardware. And that is true. In the sense that an SSL compressor was... an SSL compressor in essence is a drum compressor that was made to tame unpredictable drums when you have it in the actual SSL console. But in EDM, your kick drum is completely predictable because it's going to be the same every time, right? It's not like a recorded drum where there's a drummer playing the kick drum and every time he hits the kick drum, the waveform might be a little bit different and therefore you get different dynamics. That's what an SSL was designed to solve, that problem. So in essence, he is right, but he's not talking about this SSL here. This is just a compressor which acts like that kind of compressor. But it just adds a bit of flavor, a little bit of analog feeling. I personally like to take the analog and leave it off because it's noise. I think there should be noise now, right? Yeah, you can see it's minus 100, so it's not a lot. In fact, I could leave it on, it doesn't really matter. I don't think this analog button really does anything in the grand scheme of your track. I've watched every one of the YTPs of that mouse. There's the one with the initialized patch from... No, it's not the Dead Mouse one, but it's the Alan Walker one. Have you guys ever seen the Alan Walker walkthrough? Of like one of his tracks where Alan Walker for an hour just shows that he doesn't know shit about production. It's amazing. It's amazing. You should watch it after the stream. Not now. Not now. I'm streaming. It's important that you stay here. Hats. For the hats, I wanted to try... what's that called again? I know it's... Waves. Not Brower Motion, the channel strip. This guy. Bit of compression on there. Listen to the gain increase, by the way. The auto gain on here. There isn't even oversampling. When it comes to wave plugins, they sound good, but that's the only thing that you're going to get. The hats I want to check. -6. If I turn this off, -9. So it just adds 3 dB to the sound. That's not the fair comparison. So we'll get away 3.3 dB. Hello? Can just add a bit of high end as well, I guess. I guess I could luftikus these. That's it's still adding more now. Of course it does. How many audio tracks and VSTs can your PC handle before it clogs up the CPU or RAM? This depends so much on what VSTs you're using and what audio effects that it makes no sense to make that comparison. I could take this equalizer, go in here somewhere. Where is it? Toolbar. I don't think it's in here. But if I go into like the saturation by Melda, if I go in here and I take... I hope amp. Yes, I go in here, click this one and set it to 124. It's going to just immediately crash everything. So that's just one plugin with 128 times over or 1024 times oversampling is just going to crash everything. But I could add 100 more plugins to this project without any issues. Reaper is very lightweight in terms of the performance, so in Reaper I don't have to worry about that whatsoever. Oh, I need to go to everything. That's true. Snare is spectrally not really sitting right for me. Yeah, it's... Okay, let's move those. What does oversampling actually do? Increases / interpolates the signal quality. Yes, exactly. So what happens if you, for example, distort on a on a normal sample rate, you have Nyquist right about here at 22.2K. Here it says 20K, but it's Nyquist is 22.05K if you are working at 44.1K. Or it's 24K if you're working at 48K sample rate, that is. If you're going to saturate and you have a harmonic at 15K, that harmonic, the saturation is going to create another harmonic at 30K. But 30K doesn't exist because Nyquist is lower. So what it's going to do is it's going to reflect below Nyquist. So it's going to move up until Nyquist, and then it's going to see I cannot go any further, and then it's going to bounce back again. So that's aliasing, and it becomes it's no longer harmonic to the original signal at 15K or wherever it is. So oversampling removes aliasing essentially, and the more saturation, the more distortion that you add to a particular process, the more that you want to oversample to make sure that you don't get aliasing back down below in the frequencies below Nyquist, below what you can hear, essentially. Good job for the snare. I'm still not really keen on the snare. I think what I want to do is a bit more transient designer. So, like the transient shaper here. Something like this. Bit more attack. It sounds a little bit more dynamic. Hello MP, how are you doing? What I'll do now is my little LFO tool trick on the snare. What I always like is to have the kick, the transient of my kick just come through the snare. Right, and the way that you do that, just the very start you remove. I think my drum group can go up a bit. Let's set you to like -1 instead of -3, I guess. Comes through a little bit more then. That sounds nice and clear. Okay. The rights can be added now, and then we should be able to go to the laser and stuff like that. Here again, EQ. I really want my top loops to be bright, right? So I don't really care for all of that mess. I mean, I want to keep the texture of it, but I don't want it to be the prominent part of the ride. So I just brighten it up. And then all of this rumble here can be removed. This leaves us with a little bit of extra space, and that allows us to just mix in all of the other leads that sit in here. And in this case, it's going to be this orchestral drums and the ARP here. That one. That's also going to go in here. So that's what's taking up that mid-range space. Crash cymbals on the drop. This is a ride. There's something that Mind B likes to do. He likes to add rides like this into it. Which I mean I like as well. I think it fits very well with this drum loop, and you will hear once we add the drum loop and the ARP in there that it actually works really well with the track, having the ride in there. Okay, so we move on to this one. Let's set volume here. I don't like the lower frequencies of this, the lower mids. Again, I like to have a lot of space in my drum loops. I'd even go as far as to say that this just needs LFO tool. And just like this. This was my idea, just to have like a very simple click, right? Like this. I'm personally a fan of having my drums and I've talked about this before, very tight snares. I also like, if I do these laser things, I like to have those very tight, because essentially they then follow the feeling of the kick, which for the most part is just sub. So I really want to focus kind of on the transient of the kick with this. That's always been my philosophy. But Mind B opted for having a little bit of extra sustain and stereo. I'll keep that. I do think that it's strange that there's one extra thing here, so I'm going to delete this one, so that it's just normally layered up. Right about here should be it. How can I check? Let's make a new track. Drums wrapper, that's going to encompass these two. Because I think what I'm hearing, the laser has significantly more mid-range than what we are having in here. So this, it suddenly sounds a lot brighter, which I'm not sure if I like that kind of switch of like going from the mid-range to the more high-end stuff. It's actually a snare that still has some stuff in there. We don't need it to have this. I guess we could just have it like this little bit of a dip here, and then that. And then here for the snare, it's kind of the same thing, right? We don't need any of this really mid-range information. That's where our synth are going to go. So but I think the sustain one is a bit too long when I watched the waveform. It sounds good to my ears, so I don't know. Yeah, to me it was a bit too much. I don't like the dynamics that you get from a very long kind of sustained laser sound. It's, to me, the laser, because it has that very sharp pitch envelope, it should be a sound that is very dynamic and very clicky, right? It's in essence a clicky sound, and to have it both be very clicky and very long and sustained kind of clashes in what its function should be. Which in this, I don't want to raffle too much about like functionality and that kind of stuff, but it is an important thing to keep in mind when mixing and when producing, like what is the goal of a particular sound? Why is it there? So the next thing that I want to do is the break drums. This is kind of like a main element, so I need to mix it in already. All of the other things, I think. Oh, here we have some reverse stuff. That's a good idea to keep that in here and in here. Hopefully this just works. Nope, that doesn't. Here it's again, this doesn't need any mid-range frequencies because it's just like a slide in. It's just there to add a little bit of extra groove, not to be a prominent element. I do like this sound here. But do we want that to be on the first one though? I think I would almost have it like this, right? And then turn it off here. Right, this to me, I know it's not mixing, moving things around, that's not really the goal here, but I'm the producer as well, so I can. Okay, so now it adds groove, it adds variation between this one and this one, but it's not a prominent element. I think a lot of people tend to forget that not every element in your track needs to be a main element. There's actually very few elements that need to take the attention, and all of the other elements are just there to support your main elements. Right, so, and we'll look into this fairly soon when we get to all of the main elements. And the first one that we're going to do is this orchestral drums here, which is this one. Here, what I want to make sure is that there's no sub-bass frequencies. Okay, we're good in that regard. I do want this to be a little bit spicier. Okay, we can add some compression to this. Going to go for like a gluing style compression, but with a fairly low threshold. So like this, a very high knee, that's how I like to do my gluing. And then fast attack, slow release. Here you can hear the difference. You can hear how it just brings out all of the hits in between a little bit. I could show you like a very extreme version of this with like boost, I think. I think boost is very capable of taking things that are not into focus by setting up this focus slider here and just boosting a lot in here. This is going to sound terrible, but you'll hear the idea behind it. This needs to go to like -9 then, I think. That's kind of what we're doing, but very, very subtly, right? The boost is obviously, it's way too strong for what we're trying to do. But it's what we're doing here with the dynamics in a subtle way. I don't necessarily want to catch the peaks of this one. In fact, I could actually go for slow attack and use it even more to not care about the peaks. Then I can set the threshold a lot lower. I think if I go into toolbar and I go to B, we can hear the difference. I want to, what's it again? Oh shit, the toolbar. Panic settings, oversampling. Is there a toolbar specific manual part in here? Oh, this is it. Nice, nice. Okay. I want to see copy paste. That's automatic gain compensation. We have limiter, which is nice. Diff button lets you. The difference between input and output is especially useful for dynamic processors such as compressors, where you can simply listen to the parts being modified. The output gives some insights in which part of the signal are being processed and how. That's very interesting. I didn't know that. Here we have the different preset that you're using. I'd like to see, yes, the current settings to the system clipboard. Okay, so I can just go here, 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 and then lower or faster attack and then compensate with a threshold. You can hear how this brings out the rest even more with the slower attack. Zendo, how are you doing? Just dropping by for my studio session tonight. Well, hopefully I can inspire you with whatever you're doing in your own studio session. if it's mixing, then you're at the right address, because that's what we're doing. Okay, I think for now I'll leave the drums here. Again, this is just the kind of way that I'm setting things up initially, right? I have an initial idea of what I want to do with every particular sounds that I add to the track. Once all of the sounds are added, I'll go back and tweak things and try different settings, try different ideas. But you can only really hear what you're doing. How should I say? You can only really hear what the sound is doing once you have it actually added, or once you have all of the sounds added to the track. That's how I should say it. Okay, so main elements. We already have a few main elements sitting up here at the start. We have this one. We have the tablas and 3 of 3, which are kind of together. You can see that they play together. So we would need to make a choice which of the two are the main elements here. And that's something we'll do together. There's a few more that I need. One is the complex synth. You can see that it's occupying a specific spot in here. So the complex synth can go right there, for example. And I think in terms of main elements that sit in the leads group, that's about it. You can basically see from the waveform what is all covered. Oh, we need this one. Yeah. The fat acid synth is also taking up a part of the drop. Here. Not a dead person. Another person dying. Okay, it is passing by. It seemed like it was slowing down, but it did pass by. I'm always scared that if I hear an ambulance that they called it for me. That makes no sense. Either way. So, we have identified our main elements, and the goal with identifying your main elements at this point of the mixing stage is that you already define exactly which element is going to be the prominent like synth sound in any part of the drop, right? So here we have one main element that really consists out of two. So these two are just going to be mixed together. Here we have a main element which is going to kind of layer up with these drums here, but later is also going to play on its own. We have this other main element which is the second arp, which again plays on its own. We have this one which plays on its own. We have this part here where it plays on its own. This 3 of 3 and the tablas is going to be a little bit of a struggle because they're both kind of like main elements, but you cannot have two main elements really. It means that you need to do a bit more in terms of your mixing, trying to get your mix right. And then we have this one which is sitting in the prog part, the progressive bassline part. Other than that, there's like one main vocal that is of interest here, which is this one. And that has its own little segment where it really becomes a main element, I think. Yeah, here. So you can see that like this part, can I select something? Yeah, this part isn't really covered by any of our standard main elements that sit in here. So that's where that vocal is going to become a main element. Hello Pedro, how are you doing? Hello Adrian. Nice to see you drop in as well. Welcome. Oh, my monetization is off. That's not good. Nice. Now you guys should be getting advertisements. Pay up. No, I've noticed that for every stream that I start, I need to turn on the monetization again. And I've noticed that if I don't do that, it just doesn't get recommended as much. And I can literally see it in the amount of viewers that I have. Now today is also a slow day because it's the weekend, or it's not the weekend. Like if you look at like the last stream that I did on a Sunday, there's obviously on the Sunday everybody's free and able to watch the stream, and today there's people who are working and people who have other things on their mind, so There's also that phenomenon. But I can definitely see a difference in monetized streams versus not monetized streams. This high end is a little bit strange sounding. Okay, what I want to do is saturate it again to just... Oh, no, not that one. Replace effects, the MB version. Yeah, this is actually already set up perfectly. At around like 6K, right? Yeah, that's good. I can basically push it in like... That kind of recreates the high end a little bit. Is your new track projector? Yes, this is a new track. This is a collaboration between me and Mind B, which we started... When did we start this? Like mid-January, something like that? This is a track that's going very, very fast. I think it started from one of the challenges. Okay. I now need to go in here and go view, open this up, trim, show last touched, shift, and then have this go from here to here, like down-ish. That's also nasty. Actually, you know what? Remove this automation. No. Remove envelope. That's... Okay, this is really for the end. Towards the end, it becomes so prominent that it's too much, right? So I want to again show last touch parameter. It's the dry wet. This is like the last 2 bars that it really becomes annoying. So I'm going to go up over like 5 bars or something. 4. Yeah, that's perfect. The shift parameter is pretty convenient on this EQ. Yes, it's really cool to be able to just move it around. It's not something that in mixing is very handy. Because, for example, here, I don't... If I were to use it, I would need to start from here and end here, and I would precisely need to tune it. But in production, it's very, very useful. I've shown it off in today's video. Have you guys seen today's video? I think everybody saw it. There's something very interesting going on. Yeah, it's almost 500 views. There's something very interesting going on. It's posted at the wrong time. Normally I post at 12:30, but something went wrong and it posted at midnight. Maybe I just scheduled it wrong, but I immediately unscheduled it and then scheduled it for the normal time. So the first the first 12.5 hours weren't really counted. So what that means is that there's something really strange going on with the graph, and I can show you the graph of the analytics. Look how it's the first 12.5 hours, there's nothing. There's like 1 view in total, which of the people who saw it immediately at the beginning. There's like 1 view here, or 2. And then nothing, obviously, because I left it unlisted. And now it's just shooting up there. Everybody's watching this thing. But it's a very, very interesting video. And in this video, I used the same technique of using the shift parameter to follow the baseline, essentially. And it's also the baseline that you're hearing now, by the way. Here we have an issue. Yeah. That's an issue. How can I fix that? Can I just go in here, turn this off, play it there. Yeah. Can you crossfade in here? Either way, I want to go item properties and just turn this curve down by like 3 dB. I think 4, something like that. It's still like a bit stronger. I guess, you know what, I could just delete this. It doesn't really matter because it's not really... You can hear towards the end, that's where the sound really starts to take over, right? What time is it? 1 minute 40. 1 hour 40, sorry. what I'll do is a break, and what do I want you guys to hear for music? Especially with mixing, it's important to take breaks. So during the stream, I might actually take 2 instead of just 1. And I just may continue a little bit longer. Maybe I go for like around like 4.5, 5 hours, something like that. Just to get all of the work done that I want to get done. I'm also explaining a lot of things, so that makes me slower. Play some of your work from a few years back. Well, that's the album. It's either the album or the stuff that's already on my Spotify. I like to give you guys tracks that you guys don't know, right? That still have to come out. Oh yeah, here, the final production for this track. This is interesting. The final production for this track, the track that we've been working on a lot on stream. Once you guys hear it, you guys will know, but I think I'm just finished with this production. Is this the right one? Can I see the full waveform? That looks like a full track. Yeah, if you zoom out like this, it looks like it's just the kicks or something that came. That the first part is like silent. But no, it's just very, very quiet. Isn't there a way to loop here? Again, I need to learn my shortcuts for Reaper again, but that's okay. So this is interesting. This is something you guys probably haven't heard yet in the final form. This is the track that we've been working on a lot on stream, the production that we've been doing a lot on stream. But I think the production stage is finished. So what we might do next week is mix this track, the one that I'm about to play here. But yeah, that's the only thing. So I'll quickly take a break and I'll be right back. And then we'll continue with the mix.
inside the matrix while we all live out our lives.
What a timing. What a timing. Okay. Turned off my webcam again, as usual. Nice pitch step there, thank you. Everybody is liking the tune, that's always nice to see. That's what I'm here to do, right? Make tunes that you guys like. So, yeah, we need to add more main elements here. And for example, wait, what's this one? This is, this is part of this one. This should be number 2. We can move this out of here and then move this one in here and then make this one number 2 as well, and then this one will be main, and this will just be like that. Okay, so now this makes sense, which means that we can move on to this element here. To be honest, I don't think there's a lot that we need to do here. Maybe remove some of the lower mids here. Yeah, this is already sitting pretty well in the mix the way that I think it should be. Because really, what we're trying to do with all of the leads and the main elements is we're trying to like use it only for the mid-range. Because in the higher frequencies you have your drum loop, and in the lower frequencies you have your kick and bass. So this doesn't really need a lot of high-end energy and a lot of low-end energy, right? And the same is kind of true for this one. This one I like to bring it out a little bit more because it's not plucky, it's sustained, right? So this is a sustained sound, so that does need a little bit of like that grit from it. But also here, this one in particular, it has the drum loop on top. What's going to be interesting is how we do it here. But here I'm thinking that we don't really need to do much because it should just be the kick. If I'm not mistaken, there's the closed hat. So yeah, that's, to be honest, it does fit. It doesn't need to have a lot of high end, this sound, because it's just in there to fill up the mid range. So that's already there. That's already good. We go into the next one. This one is a little bit more, I would say that this is, it has a little bit more of that kind of like spike here in the lower frequency. So I would go maybe like this. Okay, what I want to do with this one is compress it a little bit. Make sure that it just is a little bit less dynamic. So I'll go for the SSL again. A good one for like gluing and stuff. Nice. I'm kind of flying through these right now because we're still in the addition part of the mixing phase. We're not in the finalizing phase, and I'm probably gonna go back, maybe add some saturation, all of the little detail kind of thing. That's an issue here, the rumbling, muddy mid-range here. Okay, so now we get to the interesting part where we have, no, first let's do this. This should also be fairly easy. quickly want to do is split this here and here, I think. It should not cause any problems. Duplicate tracks. And then I can just go bam, 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 like that. Now we have them separated, right? So we could, for example, here decide to do something else. I'm not sure if I'm going to use that, but it's always a good idea to, if a sound has two different functions, having the different functions on their own track. So in this case, we have the little fill variation and when it becomes a sequence. So you want those two things on a separate track that if you were to do something with that, you immediately have the possibility to do so. So now we get to the interesting part where we have two main elements sitting on top of each other. So if I just unmute all of this and say that I take both of them and like take a few dB off of them, which we're going to need to do anyway, you're gonna hear that they're both going to be fighting for the same space probably. Yeah, the tablas aren't really coming through the way that I would like. I would like the tablas to be the brighter element and maybe the acid to be a little bit darker in this case. And then this one should be like a lot brighter. Because otherwise they're fighting for the exact same space, right? Okay, so then we go dynamics on this one, because I do want this to also have a little bit of extra loudness. You will see that it's very dynamic sound. Having some issues. This should probably be a bit quieter. Here we have some issues with the main tablas here. Do you see how it's like we have click, click, slide, click? That's the pattern that is being set up. And then we have double click here, double click, slide, click. And then again, double, slide, click, double, double, slide, click, double, one, slide, and then another click. The pattern is a little bit broken. So ideally we would have a pattern that would like look like this. I think I can just make it from here. So if I just go like this and then place this here, I can go duplicate it over like that, I think. What I'm think we should also have is still like one impact of this one going in here. We should always have, when you're dealing with main elements like this, you set up an expected pattern and you should always follow it, in my opinion. Because otherwise it's going to just throw off the listener. Right, the listener is meant to expect something, and if you don't make up for that expectation, then they don't really know what to do with that. Let's go like this. Here the same thing, we probably want to stop this here. So S, and then move this over. This is very bright here. Let's EQ this and make it a little bit darker overall. I think I want this compression to be a bit stronger. I'm going to go like double the ratio. What I would also do here is sidechain it to the snare, because they're clashing. Right, the snare is sitting right on this drum right here. So do I do that again? I go snare here, and then here I can, or do I need to send it to 3/4, audio from 1/2 to 3/4, and then I can dynamics compress it, I think. 4 in, 2 out. Okay, so there should be a sidechain. I think it should be reacting to the side, right? Use sidechain input. Yeah. Are there any free VSTs that you really like and use? I just posted a YouTube video about all of that. There should be a YouTube video on my channel explaining all of the free VSTs that I use. It's been a while ago. When did I post that? Yeah, the 16th of January I posted. So it's the beginning of the year, which for me... Here. These are all of the sidechain videos, or the sidechain, all of the free VSTs that I like. Sorry, I'm having a beer, so sometimes I say things that make no sense. Okay, so this later part is still a lot brighter than the rest, I think. Gain. Okay, so that should now be in there. I can go in trim. Gain. Yes. Okay, so I can go from a little bit above here to a little bit below. Hopefully that should fix our brightness. Yeah. Thanks, you used 2 monitors. I actually used 3 monitors. I actually have 3 monitors. One is where the chat is, and this side I have my chat and my OBS. The other is where I have my live stream information on the YouTube side, and then obviously this one is where I have my Reaper, or Ableton if I'm using Ableton. It's not overkill. Trust me. I need to do the same thing here, I think. Yes. So can I just copy over automation data? No, but I can just remake it. That shouldn't be that big of an issue. I can just go up here like that. And zoom into right there. And then go there, there. Move this back down to like here, I think. Okay, so here we have an issue with some clicks. I'd like those clicks to be lower. I can compress this and get rid of the clicks that way. Yeah, the clicks kind of come through, so that's nice. And basically make a honestly, for these 2 clicks, I think I'm just going to cut them out because they don't really add anything. They aren't part of the rhythm. So this one can go, and this one can go. Here I'm probably going to do the same thing in removing this last bit here. There we have another issue. There's another click. You don't want those. This I can just delete like that. And then there's obviously like this thing here. Which then takes over, but that's for later. What I first want to do is copy over this bit here, paste it right there, and then just, where is that now? That's 2 things on one. We don't want that. Is this set up correctly now? Don't even know. Yeah. Okay, so this slide here. Let me think. This slide then slides up to the right after the kick. That doesn't really make sense, does it? I think I can edit that in the like production part if I want to. And here again we want the first impact here. Four might be a bit overkill. I already have like that I'm moving around like this to actually see everything. But I guess if you have like another one that's like up above what you see in a lot of professional studios, then it would be nice. Okay, so for the tablets, what I think I'll do is either make this stereo. Let's do stereo maker. This one. What's my trick on creating melodies? I let Mindbee do it. I just let him do it. He did all of the melodic stuff that's in this track. At least most of it. Apart from this one synth. That one I made in Stapic, which is a what's it called? It's like an arpeggio generator plugin device for Ableton Live. I mean, it also works for other DAWs, but it is very well integrated into Live. I have 3 above and 1 ultrawide as the main. Okay. Wow. But are they like big monitors or... Because I have one that's 27 and 2 that are 23 inch. So I don't have any space on my desk. Also because I have a small desk. I'm gonna be real with you. Everything is crammed into like the little corner. That's also the reason why I don't have studio monitors. Is because they just don't fit in here. So for that reason, yeah, I wouldn't want another one in my current setup. Also because if I were to have another one, it would have to go where now the camera is. Or maybe on top here on this side, but I have no idea how you would actually keep that thing in place. I guess you could use like one of those stands and maybe in some custom way try to fix it in place there, but to be honest, with the quality of this desk and the amount of shit that I already have on it, I'm scared that it's just going to break if I hang another monitor on it. I'll post in Discord. It's really hard. It's really handy, hard to explain. Top ones are wall mounted. Ah, yeah. You see, I don't own this place, so I can't mount things on the wall. Technically, I have mounted a few things on the wall, but they are just done with little hooks and stuff like that. Okay. Yeah, we have our final main element. I want to again separate this. So S here and an S there. And then I can duplicate this track and go like bam, bam, bam. I guess I can add another track here. Proc synth step. This goes in there as a folder. And this will be the dry and the delayed version. Okay. I'm thinking of removing this first one here. I know it's not part of the mixing, but as I said before, I'm also the producer, so I can make changes to the track. I wouldn't do that if I was mixing for someone, but seeing as this is my own project, I can do whatever I want. This seems to have a little bit of an error. This one? Yeah. I'm still struggling with the controls here. I want to see if there's middle mouse movement for the project. In Reaper. Have a look at preferences, mouse modifiers. Options, preferences. Mouse modifiers. Context, arrange view. Context. Arrange view. And then middle drag. And set default action or one of other modifiers to hand and horizontal zoom, hand scroll. Default action. Do hand scroll, fly, okay. Oh! Oh, look at this. This is what I want, just like in Ableton. At least, for me. It's like a kind of killer cockpit. Well, I imagine it looks very cool. But I don't think if I would want it. Pretty much done here. We cannot judge the intro yet because there's like no context here. I mean, I cannot tell you if this is mixed well or not because there's nothing else there, right? Don't forget we can't hear you when you press play. I'm forgetting, yes. Yes, I know. What do I want to do next? I think these synths here, this stuff. The way that it's set up now is that this one is stereo and this one is mono. And I think I want to switch that around. So this goes like here, I think. Okay, and then this one is yeah, this is way too wide. Let's go in here and do like stereoscope. I guess this one can be a bit wider and this one can be a bit more mono to get the feeling of it. Okay, so that's good. And then this just goes like 60. Okay, so we're lacking a lot of high-end information in this one. You really want these kind of one-shots to have like a bite. I think also this one. But this is just lacking, right? It feels low-passed, which I don't want. So... I think a saturator will be best here. But we'll probably end up doing 2 or 3 processes to really get the high end where we want it to be. Like that. And I think on this one I want a transient shaper MB. give that 2 bands as well. Really get like the gritty part out of it. Hmm. Not detecting the sidechain or the transient here. Still nothing. I mean, there's a little bit of noise, but I don't count that as an actual transient. So, guess I can do a split here. High, and this will be low, and then we'll both put them into a group. Always put your stuff in a group. That's always a good idea. Like so. So what we can do is copy, paste on that. Move this over here, this over here. Delete those two, and then on this one we go 2 bands, go like 6K or something. Oh, it's the other one. Yeah, this is the one that's kind of like the area that I want to have higher frequencies or like higher attack. So on this one I go here, and then I go transient shaper by Melda, or not by Melda, this one here. Yeah, so now it has impact. Okay. Dynamics. Wrong spot. It's mainly the other one, this one, that needs dynamics, I think. We'll start here and see if we need more. Just catching that very first peak here. Do you also master your tracks? Yes, I do. And I did a stream on that as well. My process for mastering is standardized and very, very easy. So that, to be honest, is not that interesting. Oh yeah, I wanted to check the dynamics on this here. I think here we're just gonna do a bit of gluing then, now that we have that peak out of the way. Sounding nice, but the way this production works is, but the way this production sits is that we don't have any drums on this part here. So like no drum loop, right? But there's still a lot of energy in there. I'd almost say that we could either do without this here. Yeah, I'd almost say that maybe these things shouldn't be here. Like so then. And then we have this just go up. Like so. I want to see if we have the same problem here. I don't think we do. I think here we have, yeah, there's this normal drum. So that's not a problem. But you really don't want high energy and then no high end. Because that's like, it kind of clashes the idea, right? Clean that up. Okay. I think there's like a vocal main element in here, in this part at least. Yes, there's this one. So we'll listen to what this sounds like in here. I think that follows the energy curve of the track quite nicely because it kind of turns off and then we go into the part where it's a little bit lower energy. So this is kind of taking away, with the filtering and all of the things that we're doing, we're taking away the energy and we're building up again to, I guess, this thing here, which is the drums, right? Yeah, it makes sense that that's like high energy again. Okay, I want to quickly hear the progression then of the track in this stage here. Nice. Nice. I think that works. in terms of the energy flow of the track. It's a little bit unorthodox, but I think it works regardless. What we should probably look into doing is like add the main fills at this point, because those, oh, this one, that's here, right? Yeah. And then we have one here. So that's tying the track a little bit more together. I'm just going to turn them on and not much more, because we're still working with the leads, but having your main kind of like transitional elements in place is going to help you judge the feeling that the track is going to bring. That's also why I do my drum group so early on in the mix. But now, I guess we can do one shots here. Well, not here, but in the drop part, because here there's nothing to mix against. There's some nice sounds you guys have there. Thank you. I guess I can just turn everything on and see. Okay. I like that. To be honest, all of the one shots kind of just fit well. Maybe they're a bit loud still. Yeah, I think that's better, having it a little bit at a lower volume. We have these other one shots, which are dry, so there's no delay on them. These, I think, are probably going to sound best if they're a little bit quieter as well. It's also very, very mono. I think I'll go with the stereo spread on this one, because that brings fairly uncontrolled width, which sounds like a bad thing, but sometimes really works. In this case, it looks... What does that mean? Wait, what? How does that... Oh, that means that there's a DC offset? I think that means that there's a DC offset, no? Because the way that I understand this graph is that there's like a positive, negative version here of the left channel and here of the right channel, and then you just sum them together. So if you're not around the center, that means that you're more in the negative or in the positive or whatever it is. I don't know which side is which. And that means that there's a DC offset, I think. You can see the average is kind of like in here, which comes, does that come from the spread itself? Oh, I can check. It does feel like, yeah, that it's like in the sound itself. I think if I go in here, the kilohertz distortion, there's a DC filter in here. I'd like to use the distortion without actually distorting. I don't know if that's... Yeah, I can just hard clip and then... Yeah, 0 dB, like this. If I move this up here, we should hopefully see that the DC is removed. Yes. Okay, so now it's average around the 0 line, which is what you want. I don't know, I love stereo spread on bass. Nice to give the bass a bit of a plastic feel or emphasize the mids. Yeah, what you're probably going to hear is a lot of phasing in that case. Because that's essentially what it does. It splits it up into multiple bands and then I think even bands some of the bands, but just it makes the bands wider, but it's at least doing a lot of filtering. So that's where the kind of tonality comes from, right? You can see 27 bands in here. That's a lot. To put on the bass line, especially. I would say that you're braver than me in that regard. Anyway, I want to hear how this fits in the groove. Maybe a bit of reverb on these though. I know that I wanted them dry in the production, but I might just go with a bit of reverb on them now. What reverb am I going to go for? I think, a small reverb. So H reverb will work here. This is the normal one, I think. Yeah, I'm not touching the sub, just applying it to the mids and or the mid highs. Okay. Yeah, there's like a built-in sub filter, but still that filter is also going to introduce phasing. Any filter, even if you just filter out. Like even if you have a crossover filter in front of it, that crossover filter is going to introduce the phasing. So however you think about it, you're going to introduce phasing doing that. But if it sounds good and you can control it and you can clean it up, then that's no issue. I want to try having the reverb on, not on that one, on this one. Yeah. Love the bass line. Thank you very much. Total Morten Granau style. To be honest, that's not a name that I'm familiar with. But I believe you. You've been around a lot longer than I have, so you'll probably know better. Unless you, as you said, you deal with the phase afterwards. Yeah, but people tend to forget. It's something that I've noticed, particularly lately on my Discord as well. I got like 4 tracks in a row of people sending me their tracks for feedback, and everything was fine except the kick and bass phasing. Which, I mean, it's not really a problem, I guess, but it's like the last 5% of the 100% that we're trying to achieve when we're trying to make the perfect song, whatever that means. We're always trying to strafe towards making the best sounding tracks possible, and it doesn't bother me, but it confuses me that people don't really know that the making your kick and bass clean and cleaning up your kick and bass and dealing with all of the phase problems that you're going to introduce in the processing is an essential part of that. And if you don't do that, then your kick and bass is just not going to translate as well to other speaker systems, even if it sounds good on your speaker system. Because there's like transients that are being squashed by the last bass line that is being played. So I know that what you're saying, if you're dealing with the phase afterwards, then that's no issue. But you do need to do it, and you do need to also do it in a way that is like proper, right? You need to resample a single bass note and then reconstruct the bass line from that single bass note. That works for this sound. It's just so boring to sit and remake kick and bass. Yes. Sorry for my caps lock, my keyboard is stuck. No worries, dude. No worries, I don't mind. I know it's boring to remake your kick and bass, and I'm not having fun doing it either. But I am having fun knowing that the kick and bass that I'm giving to my listeners, that they are going to dance to, is as good as it can be. Right, and that's what we're all strive for, to make music that sounds as good as it can be, that when you give it out to the dance floor for the listeners to listen to, that they're going to enjoy it as much as they possibly can. And I personally just think that giving that little sacrifice of having that boring thing where you just need to remake your kick and bass, I think that that's worth it. But clearly a lot of people don't think that. I was going to kind of take this and remove its dynamics, but I don't think that I will. The way that I want to solve this, I won't say problem sound, but like sound here, is ideally I would take the click part, so this part right here, and drive that without distorting or doing something to the reverb. I think the way we can do that is with a wave shaper. Yeah, if I see correctly, we can just drive this, right? Maybe a bit more? Give it like a few dB of input. Yeah, now it comes through just a little bit more. I wonder what the musical idea behind not having this one repeat here. I mean, I guess it works a little bit. What are we doing? I think it just makes more sense to duplicate this, right? I think that makes more sense to keep it like that. When it comes to leads, we're getting pretty much done here. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 things to add to the drop, and then it's break stuff. Which, to be honest, for 3 hours work, I wasn't expecting to get so far already. But yeah, let's just continue. Let's go with the spaceship stuff, because that should also be easy to mix in, I think. Then we are at this one. This one is again fairly dark. I think that's going to cause a few problems here, so I'm going to... Yeah, that's a bit too much, I think. this? This is also sitting there. I'm gonna be honest here. I think it would be better just to not have the snare here. Which I know is a bit of a drastic change, but... I think that delivers more power to this part, because then suddenly the drum loop comes in all together. So we just go from like drum loop here with the ride and the snare and the percussive, the orchestral drum stuff, into low energy back into high energy, instead of having like almost like we're at a halfway mark, I would say. I think that sounds nice. I think I like that more. We have one more squelch here, and then we have that other thing there, and then all of the drop synths are done. What is this? This is 1/4 notes, I think. I think it is. I want to add a echo boy to this sound here to have it go into the next part. I think I go high output, low feedback. A bit more. It's hard to impose delays over themselves. You almost never get a good sound, actually. Have the... This might be one. To be honest, I've never really used this. I just need to find the ducking distortion feedback time here. I'd like to sync this. Can you be synced? Offset. I don't want any offsets. Auto war filters ban. Does this literally not have a sync option? Ah, here, sync. Yes. Oh, that's annoying. The sync is all the way over here, but while the timing is there. CA and SCA, right? Okay, do they have an... Is this output level or input level? Gain in. This is what I want. Goes to negative infinity. Perfect. Exactly what I want. Because then I can just limit it to here. Oop. Goes down to minus infinity. I guess not like that, but I need to turn this off. Fade in there. Nice. Okay, so now we have a continuous delay that it's not sounding like it's comb filtering, which is often the case, right? You can bit higher feedback. I think I like that more. Let's have a listen. I don't know if it's just me that's hearing this now, but there's some really cool things going on between these two elements. Did I mess that up? I did mess that up. This one and this one. It's like they're both doing almost the same thing in terms of pitch, but exactly the opposite. I'm also going to remove this part here. I think it would be nice to not have that. That's going to just cause mud in there, and it's not really contributing or adding anything. Wait, is this... Oh. Stop. Why are we not getting any dry signal now? Are we not getting any dry signal? Ah, wet solo. That's not what we want. We want this and then just this here. I guess a little bit longer. Ah, the gain is... Oh no. The gain... It works on both the dry and the wet. Why? Why would you want that? That's terrible. That means that yeah, I cannot use this. Remove envelope. Okay, so this is input level. Nice. That's the one that I want. You. So from here we go control, control, like that, and then perfect. Already has a little bit of fade. Okay, so now it's not working at all. Oh, this is output level. Why? Okay, so the way that I have to do this is insert new track, send you to that track, and then throw this on here. And this now lost all of its envelopes, I think, hopefully, right? This is just going to be our delay track. And then we add a volume in front of it. And now we volume. Volume down. Gain out like this. This is all still set up correctly, right? Yes. I think I also want to filter out the extreme high end and like this, I think. We'll check that later. Track 43. Oh, I messed up. U. In out. Let's like remove 6 dB from that. I guess I can EQ it afterwards, which is different than setting the filters, because for some reason every plugin likes to have their filters in the feedback line, which means that every time it filters, the filters get applied more and more. I just want the filter to be applied once. Okay, let's do a little bit of dynamics. How does it all? Bit longer still. Okay, yeah, that can work if I then go here all the way down. So now we have just controlled the whole delay essentially, which was fairly boring, but you do need to do that with these long delays, especially in your final mix. You just have to control everything. Helps continue the track a little bit. Do you hear? It's very, very subtle now, but I like it. Otherwise the fill just happens and then it just stops again, but here it just continues it on. And then at this point it's already gone, like masked with the other elements. I mean, now you can hear it, but that's just because now it's you know, it's playing on its own. So that's good. This element I want to add, and then we have all of the main lead elements of the drop added, which is kind of where I wanted to get for today. I know it's been 3.5 hours and I said I would do 4.5. and I'm going to do that. So after that, after we add that, I'm going to take a quick break and just like before, and then I'll be back. Okay, something to note here is that, where are you? This one here. The timing might be a bit strange, a bit off. Might not be exactly right. You might need to redo this sound here, because the delay timing feels like it's not in sync with the rest of the track. Yeah, this needs to be redone. If you now that I'm concentrating on it and pointing it out, it's obvious that it's not in time, and that just doesn't work. So that needs to be fixed. What I want to do now is probably move on to the intro. So after the break, right? Because I'm going to take another break. This one is a sample. Well, I'll be able to probably restore it and get it in time. Yeah, well, I'll just warp it in time, and then I can see if I can replace it in the production project, and then it should just update in here. So that's no big issue. That should be fixed for the next session. Yeah, I'm going to take a quick break. Let me quickly see what kind of music I can play for you guys this time. I'll play the masterclass track. Why not? You guys liked that very much the last time, so I'll play it again. Masterclass Final Master. For anybody who doesn't know, I recently put out a masterclass, which yeah, is a masterclass. Not much more to say. I hope this is in time, by the way. Yes, okay. So this is the track that I made in the masterclass, mixed, mastered, produced. Everything is shown. The masterclass has 24 hours of footage, almost. When I say almost, I mean it's like 6 minutes short of 24 hours. So that gives you an idea. It's a very long masterclass, and everything is laid out and well explained and stuff like that, including mixing sessions like I'm doing here. There's about 5.5 hours of me mixing this track, where I explain I think even more in depth than what I'm doing here during a stream like this, what my actual intentions are with each of the sounds that I'm adding and that I'm mixing in. So if you're interested in that, !masterclass, and you'll be taken to the website where you can purchase it. For now, I'm just going to demo you guys the track, and then I'll be right back.
I believe that if we are honest with ourselves, that the most fascinating problem in the world is who am I? What do you mean? What do you feel when you say the word I myself?
not even the mind. I am not the body. I am not even the mind. I am not the body. I am not even the mind. I am not the body. I am not even the mind. I am not the body. I am not even the mind.
Growing up, I was always very proud of this body. And I was also very proud of my mind. And I identified with my body and my mind, as we all do. I identified with my body and mind as me. But it's not me, far from it. If we just observe life as it is, we can see that this body cannot be me.
Nice, nice. A little bit of sugar. It's always good for the energy. Well, not good, but it does help. It's not really good for you, but still. Okay, so we need to do intro right now. That's what I want to do. I think I'll do another hour or so, and I hope to get the intro done at that point. Then there will be effects remaining and stuff like that, and the whole technical aspect of the mixing, right? All of what we're doing now is just listening to what we like and how we like it to sound, but there's also an aspect of just making sure that everything works. And we did it with the kick and bass, but there's another technical aspect that we need to do, and I cannot really show it because there's a lot of hopping back and forth between Ableton and Reaper for that, and I'm not sure if I can show that nicely on stream. But what I can do is in the stream prepare all of the technical analysis that I need to do for the mixing part, or the technical mixing here, and then just make sure that I do the actual implications from that on stream. So I think that's what I'll be doing. So how I want to start this intro is essentially like a new mix, And I think I'm going to mix around this pad here. Maybe not. Maybe we take this as our main sound. So we essentially have 3 sounds here. I think I want to compress this a little bit, just to bring out the sound a bit more throughout the whole thing. So dynamics. I really like these vocals, the vocal pads to be like fairly bright, and these ones aren't. I know this is like a little bit of a strange EQ curve. You wouldn't normally go like plus 16 dB, but there's no real information in there, so we kind of just have to deal with what there is. I don't know, is there a way to, in a natural way, just kind of get more information in the high end? Like, I know you can saturate it, but the amount of saturation that you would need to actually get there, maybe a bit too much. We can try, like, doing a little bit of saturation. I see a few people are leaving. Good night. Tenka and Malogify. At least, maybe Tenka is leaving and Malogify is just wishing him good night. I know. Either way, good night, whether you're leaving or not. What's a good saturator for this? Maybe I want to just do like multi-stage saturation. Right? So a few after each other. There isn't even a saturation in here. Okay, I want to start off with some Lux, I think. Hello? Yes. This one has all of the high end. I want to remove the high end from this first. Not all of it. The other way we can do it, and that's a little bit more of a brutal way to do it, is just like this. Ah, there's more high-end in here. That explains a lot. There's a click in here. That's an issue. This click on there, that needs to be fixed. Let's quickly go and mark the tracks that have some issues, because we've had a few of them. Set to one random custom color. Set track to custom color. Let's make this red. And the other one was one shot vocal, I think. This was the one with the delay timing issues, right? Yes. Okay, so then I know that this also has some issues. Set track to custom color. That's just an indication that the stem that's on there now is like temporary. So that way I know. I think it's burnt into the file, because you can also hear the click in the delay, right? Right here. I don't know what's happening, but this has been like the 4th ambulance only during the stream, or like the 3rd that's passed by. That's even a lot for like normal. I've never heard like within, how long has it been? 4 hours? Just too much. Okay, so let's say that this is our beginning. Let's quickly do a comparison here in terms of the volume. Okay, so that's -13. That's -6. I guess we can take away a little bit here. Okay, so the click is still going to annoy me. This one, I want this to be delayed a lot. I guess we can use this one. I did like how it sounded. We can go like 1/4 dotted. Why is this delay louder than fix mix? How does this happen? I don't understand this plugin. Let's go H delay. H delay is nice. Nice and easy delay. Cloud Seed is not even installed. That's strange. It should be there. Not only... It's my favorite reverb nowadays. No Cloud Seed. The famous fix mix button to apply to all your tracks to auto fix mix. Yeah, I know you. When I say things and this thing is playing, you guys cannot hear me. I just forget. What's a good alternative for Cloud Seed then? I guess TurboVerb does kind of the same thing. I can go character hall bright, I guess, for this. Yeah, no, Cloud Seed is, I hope, yeah. I can see slowly the volume going up as the delays are now fading out. I do have the Valhalla stuff, but Cloud Seed is a very bright, lush reverb, and the Valhalla stuff, at least like the shimmer is obviously like a shimmer reverb, and Massive, it's fairly dark to me. At least that's what it feels like. It doesn't really have that kind of bright cloud feeling. That's obviously Cloud Seed, cloud. That's where it comes from. But I might change that. It's not like I'm not liking the reverb that I have on it now, so it's okay, I think. I can actually try to see what happens if I just don't have the sidechain on it. So now I don't have the sidechain. My voice is going to be quite a bit louder as well, I think. But hopefully the microphone bleed isn't too much.
some 400 billion stars.
Okay, so I think the overall feeling of this one now is that it's a bit too bright. Like right here.
Our galaxy is made up of some 400 billion stars. And at least 100 billion planets. How many are like Earth? Like Earth.
Weird delay echo on the vocals, on the spoken vocals. Yeah, I put a 1/8 delay on it, just to space it out a little bit. Make sure that the gaps in between are filled a little bit.
Our galaxy is made up of some 400 billion stars. And at least 100 billion planets. How many are like Earth? Our galaxy is made up of some 400 billion stars. And at least 100 billion planets.
Okay, so we need to de-ess this. I guess the dynamic EQ will work for that. Could be.
Our galaxy is made up of some 400 billion stars. And at least 100 billion planets. How many are like Earth?
Nice. I do like that. The other things we have an impact here. Here I'm going to... Where is there there's a fade in here. So that's causing an issue. Or is that the, like, playback fade? I think that might be a playback thing.
are like Earth. Many are like Earth.
I think transitioning into the drop without a crash there makes a lot more sense. Because crashes really are for the high energy kind of part of your track, right? It makes little sense to have a crash, a little like a big burst of noise when there's no other high energy elements to continue the energy that that burst of noise brings. So that's why I'm turning it off there. I think the intro is pretty much done. It went pretty quick in terms of like adding it. Again, we're just adding them and we'll go over the mix one more time later to make sure that everything just works, right? So, how much time do I have left? I'm gonna do another half an hour or so. I don't want to make it too late as well. I guess I can do the other drum stuff, just going from above to below. Hello Z-Forms, how are you doing? Yes, we're mixing. Here we need to check the drums as well. This is the crash that's really the like big energy kind of thing. Okay, so this one, again, I want it to be high energy, high burst of noise. So this can go. Okay, I want to add this atmospheric layer in there, which I think will be quite loud. Yeah, so this is, it has a lot of mid-range, I think. I would say like lower mids. All of that stuff kind of just needs to go. Because it's like an atmosphere that's just in there, right? Sounds nice and clean to my ears. Yeah, we can hear the track a bit in your mic. I know there's gonna be a mic bleed if I don't have the sidechain. And if I do have the sidechain, then sometimes I say things and you guys don't hear me. So I'm keeping it as low volume as possible. It's not good practice to mix at low volumes, but I mean, do it for the content, I guess. If you need your tracks mastered, let me know. No. No, I master myself, so that there's no issue there. I'm perfectly capable of mastering my own tracks to a quality that I find good enough. I mix at 80 dB. Yeah, I don't. it's the there's no real way for me to do it well, right? To both listen to my own speakers and not have the microphone pick it up, unless I buy something like a shotgun microphone, which could be a cool investment for the channel at some point, but it's too expensive. Just straight, it's too expensive for me to buy one of those shotgun microphones, and I'm saving up money for the camera that's down below here. So that would be the first investment, getting a better camera, because I mean, the quality of the camera thing here isn't the best either, and I think that's a little bit more important than the microphone bleeding that I get sometimes, because the camera I also use in videos, and there I can just cut it out of the audio tracks, and then it's just nice. One day when you send your tracks for a mastering engineer, you will be surprised. Oh, I know I will be, because I've done it already. I've had somebody else mix and master my tracks, and I did learn a lot from that, and that's what I'm applying now, and that's why I'm confident in my abilities now. I'm gonna be honest with you, Z-Forms, I believe you 100% that all of those things make a difference, but not for me in this situation, because I'm not using monitors, I'm using old Logitech speakers from 15 years ago, so I'm not going to hear the difference anyway. What I would do is, once I get like an upgrade, then I will. At that point it becomes valuable also for me to learn what a good sounding version of my track is going to be. Right? But right now I would probably not hear the difference on my current system. If you give me a different system, then obviously it's a different discussion. But I don't think that in the current form I would be able to hear the difference on this system. This.
Alternate universe located.
But you're making music only for you? No, I'm not. But I'm not making music for people who are willing to pay the costs of the mixing engineer or the mastering engineer. I did it for the album and for my own ability to mix better in the system that I have now. But if I were to send my stuff to a mastering engineer, I have to pay for that. And if that upgrade is not going to bring with it it's an investment, but that investment does need to pay off. And at this point, I'm not making enough money with just my music to pay off, for that investment to pay off. At some point, it will, and at that point, I will consider it. But I hope that at that point, I would also be able to, invest in my own setup and invest in my own abilities and try to make just better sounding mixes on my own and masters. It's also a little bit of principle. I would like to have tracks that I know are fully produced by me. In this case, it's a collaboration, so it might be a little bit different. If you need a decent distributor for your music, then I do. I do. Right now, I don't have a label, so that's an issue. I would have to agree with Z-Forms. I think it's worth it. Your highs bothered me a bit. I do need to work more on my revenue stream when it comes to music on its own, so that it can be worth making better music. Because right now, if I were to pay a mixing engineer or a mastering engineer couple $100 for a few tracks, right? Then I'm not going to get that back. in total I've made of the music, right? Specifically talking about just music, I think I've made, I don't know, $50. I make basically all of my money with teaching people how to make music, not specifically the music on its own, right? And I would like to change that. At some point I would like to just be an artist, and I would continue making tutorials and whatever. Yeah, but it's... I'm not going to argue with you guys that if I were to send it to a mixing and mastering engineer, that I wouldn't see a significant bump in quality of my music. What I would argue is if that bump in quality is worth it for me right now, because I'm not really making money with my music either. So I would need to look into getting a distributor and getting a label to work with me, and then we can talk about maybe a budget that we can spend on getting my tracks mixed and mastered by a professional. Yeah. My whole plan was, and it kind of didn't work, I'm gonna be honest with you guys. My whole plan was that the album that I put out was going to slightly, put me in the vision of some labels, or have it be something that I could send to a few labels and they would say, well, it sounds like a good production, it's not mixed and mastered properly, and there's the thing that you can change here and there and there. But once we give you a little bit of a budget maybe, or we help you a little bit, or maybe the label is so big that they have their own contacts that you can just send it to them and stuff like that, because bigger labels just have that. At that point, I would get the kind of help that you would have. Yeah, most electronic music labels have their mastering studios. Correct. Yeah, that was the plan, to use my production, because I'm confident in my production skills. I would, and you guys as well. You guys say that I'm very talented in the production sphere, but I'm not confident in my system and making the right decisions. So I completely agree with you that if I were to use a mastering engineer or a mixing engineer even, it would just be better for my music. I just need to get into the space. And I'm hope that I'm going to get there at some point. Oh, your mixing is great, it's a part of your production. Well, thank you. But I would, maybe not great. I think my mastering is good enough, is the way to say it. Also, what Hardwick says, if I were to get a proper room, if I can turn this, what I have now, the little side hustle that I have now, which it is my YouTube still, if I can turn that into a full-time job and save some money here, get a new apartment where I can, put stuff on the... I went to a studio and they do like professional mastering. And those guys were like really professional. It's one of the best studios here in Italy. They spent few hundred thousands of euros on that room and all of the equipment inside of that room before they were confident enough in the quality of their masters to put it out to the world, right? So that's the kind of level that you're talking about if you really want to go top-notch in mastering. For mixing, it's a little bit lower. I mean, over the years, they did spend the same amount of money, if not more, on their mixing studios as well. But you can start out mixing in a decent environment. You have, for mastering, because it's the last step, it almost needs to be perfect to get the perfect master. Whereas for a mix, that's not really 100% true, I would say. I think for a master, it's a little the margin of error is narrower.
Alternate universe located.
I hope that at some point I will just get there, and I need to. I think my label or my album is just below, and I'm probably always going to think that. But the music that I'm working on now, I think, is good enough to just send to a mastering engineer and have him do the final touches, and then a label would accept it. So from now on, I can also start approaching labels, which I should have been doing anyway. And I've done that for the album, and I've gotten rejected for the album. So that's why I'm making that assumption. But I hope that for the next productions, that won't be the case.
Alternate universe located.
I think we have all of the elements that sit in the drop now in the session imported. The only thing we would have to do is the break, which is all of the stuff that you see in here, except this one, actually. Okay, correction. Now we are at that point where we have... is this in the break? No. Okay, so this will be the final one that I do. All of the break stuff I'll do on the next stream, whenever I work on this. Okay, so this is all break stuff, right? That's going to be in the next stream. When you sign with a label, you have an obligation to produce when they want. Like, do you have 1 year to produce 5 tracks or something like that? Or do you just sell them a finished product? It depends on the kind of contract that you want to have. It's a negotiation of the contract. There's like deals for individual tracks, individual releases, but you can also have a deal where they give you a certain budget for the next this many years, and they want 2 albums, 3 EPs, or whatever they decide on. It depends on what kind of contract you want to sign. Ian Rietvink. If you ever consider, I highly recommend checking out Ian Rietvink. Okay. That's something I'm gonna have to write down somewhere. Dutch guys, mastered for Armin, Chesto, etc., etc. Yeah, so he does have the credentials. To be honest, if I were to go with a mastering engineer, I'd probably go to the guys that I went to 1.5 years ago. They don't do a lot of EDM, in the sense that most of their clients aren't in the EDM scene. but the guy who owns the studios is an EDM artist, so he does know EDM. He does like techno, right? Which, when it comes to the sonic, like not just the sonic, but also the dynamics, the spectral and the dynamic kind of similarities between techno and psytrance are very high. And he's a good contact of mine. He listened to the album when it came out, and he had nice things to say. And right, we're not friends. We don't talk on a regular basis, but he is already a contact of mine. So I would probably approach him with that first, and then if he doesn't have the time or he has other things on his mind, then I might not do that, and I might go with that guy or somebody else or something like that. But I already have a contact if I really wanted to. As I said, right now I just don't think that it's the right option for me to look into an expensive mastering engineer if the end goal is not going to pay for that, or the end product is not going to pay for it. Then I'm just throwing money at it, and it's obviously you're never going to have confirmation with you're never going to have full confirmation that if you were not to spend money at if I was not to get the expensive mastering engineer, that my track wouldn't blow up and it wouldn't become the next biggest hit in psytrance, and it wouldn't pay for itself many times over. But I can make an educated guess, right? It would be comfortable if it's a psytrance specific mastering engineer. Yeah, I agree. I think there's some differences between techno and psytrance that are intrinsic to the genre. But those are things that I would explain to him, like the idea of absolutely not using digital filters for anything because it ruins the kick-bass phase relationship, especially on the low end, which is really important in psytrance, and in techno it's non-existent because it's rumble, right? And rumble doesn't really have a phase. I mean, it does if you want to get technical about the Fourier transform and whatever, but it doesn't matter if you change the phase in the mastering stage, and for psytrance it does. So, yes, next stream, or next time that I'm working on it, I don't know if I'm going to mix this one again next stream. Maybe do something else, and then the stream after that, we'll work on this. But that in that case, in that stream, what I want to do is I want to replace these two files that have issues now, this one and this one. I want to do the mixing for the break, and I want to, for now, do a technical analysis of the things that I have already mixed and stuff like that, and then I'll implement that to the mix. Ian is well experienced with all kinds of EDM, mostly trance, but not psytrance per se. Well, he's done psytrance. The kind of psytrance that we say is commercialized psytrance, but it's psytrance nonetheless. The mixing and mastering techniques still apply. I would think so, at least. I don't know. Either way, thank you guys all for watching. I hope you enjoyed today's session. I would try to do 2 more streams before Sunday, so that we have 1 production stream, 1 other mixing stream on this project, and then Sunday it's the feedback stream. Anything else I need to shill or sell? I don't think so. Yeah, if you haven't seen it yet, I think all of you guys have seen it already, but today's video was a very cool video, I hope, at least. So yeah, if you haven't seen it yet, go check it out. But that's going to be it. I hope you enjoyed the stream, and I hope to see you in the next one. Cheers!